Okay. Should be live here. Yeah. How's it going? We got some work to do today. I've been taking a bit of time, a bit more than normal in the mornings, just to, go through and post some stuff here. It's been really helping for, getting people interested in Puffer and getting new contributors onboarded. Almost 5,600. Discord as well is about to hit 700. That's pretty cool. So, I think what we're going to do today I think I'm all caught up on this stuff. We're going to update a few small things on this announcements tab. And then I think we're going to do some core dev on Puffer today. There are just a few last little things that are bothering people with the advanced API. And we're going to fix those, and then we'll see what else we get done today. But that's going to be the main. Shoot. Man, what happened with our boxes? So obnoxious. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all down. Let me just text 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Well, that's taken care of. Okay. First thing to update here. I think somebody just checked out Pong, right? I saw somebody check out Pong. I need to get their username. Track this. Default 1. Okay, here's the guy. Let's get streamer mode. Why is this not? Weird. Okay. I think the only other thing. Cool. I think that is everything at the moment. Welcome, YouTube folks. I think we'll start on the dev now. Okay. We're going to do, I think, local for the first part today. I was messing with this Connect 4M, but we'll put that on hold for now. So the main thing I was going to look at, and this is actually kind of cool if you're interested in like lower level as well as bindings across languages. Let's actually just go into Ocean. Oops. So what I was wondering here, and I got this idea from one of my collaborators, is whether I can replace these with memory views. And if I replace these with memory views, these CNPND arrays, I think the data's the same, but I should get better type checks. And one of the worst bugs we have at the moment is it's very easy to shoot yourself in the foot by passing data buffers of the wrong type, which then they basically like will heap overflow stuff. Yeah. It's this. Yeah. Okay, so like right now, I think what we're going to do today is we're going to do this on Breakout. We're going to see if it works. And if it does work, we'll just add it onto all the M's. I'll try to do that very quickly. And yeah, we'll see from there. Okay, so right now with Breakout, can run train. You see it runs. Observations, actions, and so on. This returns self.actions. Action space D type. It's going to be an int32. Right? So what's the action here? Int actions, unsigned int actions. Okay, so here's a different data type, right? Unsigned int. Can you do this instead? Did that just change it? No, I got, regardless, you get the same error. Maybe we get runtime though, let's see. Ah. Look at that. Buffer mismatch. Expected int got float. That's what we want, right? It's exactly what we want. Let's see if it can pick up this int. The unsigned int thing. Expected to got 1. I'm not typing constantly. Just not typing. This is actually kind of nice because you get dimension checks. Yeah, this is really the killer feature of Scython. I don't know why I stopped using it. I think I forgot that you could use it in this way. Int, I think. Try this. Got lots of good contributors. Did I tag Arb on the, I tagged Arb already. Very solid. I probably should clean this up a bit at some point. I kind of like just leaving it as a Discord comment, though. I think once you start to get, like, stupid Trello boards and, like, Discord boards or, like, GitHub boards and stuff, it's too much dumb structure. Okay, so Expected beant got bool. Bool mem Python. I hate this. RE Discord, carb scale options. Yeah. So if you want to mess with it, you can just like assume that the scale is going to be the standard deviation with which it searches. So like a reasonable thing with updates is probably 1, and then with like total time steps, I don't know, maybe it's like 10% of the total time steps or something. You can try that. I will say that like carbs is very janky, and we've had lots and lots of bugs and errors with it. But even when it's bugged, it still typically has been like way better than Bayesian or random search. So if you want to spin up extra experiments on like random or something, you can do that. But carbs has been pretty good for us. We definitely need to figure out carbs a little bit better. David Blumen in the Discord has like a repo where he's been working on that. But pretty much carbs is just like a very intricate algorithm. It seems to work very well, but like the released implementation, it's missing a bunch of guard checks. There are a lot of ways to shoot yourself in the feet, and I mean, it's still been good despite all of that. 10% of max param space, depending on the parameter. So like, there's also a space type, right? So I don't know if you notice, like, we have like logit spaces or whatever for parameters that are 0 to 1 range. And then there's like uniform spaces and whatnot. There's also like the X-spaced stuff. So you can try like 10% for run length. I really don't think that that's going to make a huge difference though. Like that's potentially a longer project to really figure out what the heck carbs is doing. If you're interested in doing that, there's actually a huge amount of value in like really good stable hyperparam tuning stuff. But probably outside the scope of what you're trying to do. So this got merged. But this isn't what we want, right? This has got to be supported by now, right? This is such a good feature. Does this actually just let you do bool? I don't think it does, right? Yeah. Dummy. This is like garbage. I think it's an unsigned char anyways, isn't it? I doubt anyone knows, right? This is like random stuff. You went 8. So I think we can just do unsigned char. Unsigned char, right? Cannot convert to numpy ND array. Interesting. So pass view Python slice to C as a I don't know if it'll be right on this. Hmm. We could make it faster, to be fair. Pass .data. All right, so this says you can just pass .data. Let's see if it's right. We shouldn't need a cast either, right? We shouldn't need a cast. Let's see if this works. Inconsistent indentation. What did I forget? Ah. When I mess up. This is some dumb syntax thing, right? Just terminal. Duns. Cannot assign type. Okay. If this works, it's going to basically make this simpler and bulletproof. Cannot convert Python object to float. Star. Don't actually do that. This is a Python object, it says, huh? So this is float star. Let's see if this works. Okay, so this actually seems to work. This is in star. Cannot assign. Type int star to unsigned char star. So let's mute desktop audio. I don't know if those notifications are going off. Yeah, that's not right. What, does actions have to be a unsigned char star or something? Cannot assign. Type int star to unsigned char star. Doesn't look like an unsigned char. Right? Did it not compile or something? Oh. Wait. That was very odd. Is it like, no. Is it an unsigned int? Is this the problem? It's pretty bizarre. Defined wrong up here? Ah, it is defined wrong up here. These really should be auto-gen so we don't have this error. See how nefarious this stuff is? So easy to mess it up. And now we get unsigned int, which is much, much better. There's really no reason to have it be unsigned int, though. Really no reason at all to not just have it be an int. Okay. Here's to compile. No attribute data. We're going to figure out this syntax eventually, and then it's going to be very easy for everyone. I mean, you can see why this type of setup work, though, is important and not necessarily trivial for people. Because there's a whole bunch of type shenanigans going on in the background. Just take the address. Oh. Is it that easy? That's actually... I don't know why it wouldn't be that easy. Hold on. If you can actually do this, this is amazing syntax. It actually compiles. Holy. Well, if this is actually correct, this is beautiful. Look at that. We gotta make sure that this is correct before we ship it. It'd be very nice if we had this env training correctly. Swear, what is wrong with my breakout implementation here? Just doesn't like to learn. Let me see. Go to this. So all looks fine. Oh, is this? Incompatible pointer memview slice? Hmm. Well, that doesn't seem to work, does it? Yeah, that didn't work. Okay, so why didn't that work? And observations I. Incompatible. Memview size. It's very weird. Past data. Not contiguous. So many tricky things. This is so gross. Trying to think if that's important. And it's so weird that you can't just pass this, right? Seems just like nothing is getting passed. This would be very nice if it worked, but I can't tell why. Why wouldn't this work? Oh. Do you have to pass, like... Oh, there's the data. Interesting. Okay, so these are... The data's correct here. This is really gross, though. If that warning were strict, it would be fine. How do we set it to error on warnings? Warning. This one is good. W error. So if we just make that pointer thing, because that pointer warning is very bad usually. So, and I know I have it in a few places in the library as well. So if we're just strict with that. All warnings being treated as errors. I mean, we can do this for now. That's going to be a bit pedantic, I'm sure, but we can do this for now. Actually, wait, can't this just be... I think I don't want these to have to be in every file. Compiler directives. Can you just do this in here? What about this distutils? Oh, yeah, Oh, right, because this is inside of... Is this inside? This is not inside of Scythenize, is it? Oh, yeah. This is... I just have really dumb, Yeah, I just have really dumb, indentation here. This is inside of Scythenize, okay. Yeah. Let's see if this actually works. Just add this here. There's got to be a compilation thing for this, right? Yeah, it's annoying. Hello. Yeah, that's disgusting. It's disgusting. What? Just weird deprecated NumPy shenanigans. Looks like it's a legitimate just screw up with NumPy design. Yeah, this should just go into setup.py somehow. Maybe this flag. Yeah, I don't know what you're saying. If you're just trolling, then you can go elsewhere. We're trying to get some cool RL stuff done here. It's not always... The day-to-day is not always going to be something super sexy, but this type of stuff will make it much, much, much easier for people in this space. I mean, I should just be able to do this, right? This just defines an arbitrary macro. So, like... If I just do this, right? Yeah. There we go. Look at that. Get rid of that. Okay. This is pretty good. We got the compile. We assume this now compiles with no warnings. If I forget, right, if I do like this, compilation fails. What are you doing? I'm making some improvements to the Puffer API at the moment. Not really API, more like the way that we do stuff. Just to make it easier for people to bind RL environments from Python to Python or C. This is the new way that we have it here, where I'm using memory views. And I'm getting addresses of memory views like this, versus before, if we look at, like, here's an env that I haven't done it yet for, we can see you just get generic numpy arrays here, and you got to do some extra shenanigans and casting here. And you also don't get type checks on this, and it's very, very easy to pass, like, bad buffers and heap overflow and shenanigans. So now I have it set up so there's basically no way to screw it up, and it's simpler. So that's an improvement. Is this actually trained now? Might have to get some better compile flags for Python as well. But... Okay. Which programming language? The stack is Python on top of C and then Python on top of Python, I guess. It's mostly Python and C, with Python as an intermediary. No SQL a little bit. SQL is more of a domain-specific language. I've been enjoying this for sure. Not sure if it's working still. We'll give this a couple minutes to see if it produces anything. No, I'll have to debug it. There we go. That looks promising. Okay, so bad hyperparameters or whatever. It takes a little while to get started. But then it looks like it starts to actually learn the game. Scores going up. Since when do you program? I mean, it depends how seriously. at least 11 years, maybe closer to like 15. All right. Looks like it works. Happy enough with this. Hopefully we don't break everything by doing this with the other M's, but this is a pretty substantial advancement. Is it your job? Of course. I am working full-time on making reinforcement learning a sane and usable field. What's up, training policies for the M's? No, I just fixed one of the biggest possible sources of errors with the bindings. Welcome, Spencer. You see the new format here? NumPy ND array, CNP ND array replaced with memviews like this. And just address. Actually, don't even need CNP import anymore, right? Yeah, we don't even need CNP import. Oh, we don't need the OS import either. We just need the calc and free. Look at that. That's a big improvement. It's a big improvement. I'm quite pleased with that. I guess I'm going to just go through all the M's and apply this. Should be a non-breaking change test stuff. See ya. Anything for me to check on Go, Spencer? ND away was huge reason. Yeah, well, it is the same thing, though. It's literally the same. So this is the same data under the hood. It's still mirroring into the ND arrays. This is just, it's a different syntax. Python defines this thing called a memory view, which is basically the same, but you get type checking and better syntax. So there will be no performance difference whatsoever from doing this. It's just a straight upgrade. You're still using NumPy arrays. You pass in a NumPy array, but it interprets it as a mem view. It's kind of cool. I have a branch I've pushed up with some cleanup on Go. Waiting till a box is up. I just messaged. I messaged the guy on that. Let me see if he replied. Received but no response on message. You can do a quick run on you can do a quick run on my box 0, which is just J Suarez at PufferBooks, if you need to. I think that one is still up. I think the job I have on that is done by now. And it's not really important anyways. Let me see. Let me go double check for you. Stupid power outages, man. I'm going back to Florida in a week, so I'll be able to go fix some boxes. Yeah, you can use the first box. Shouldn't have. Either way, whatever you want to do. What the heck? Oh, that's just, gee, that's whatever. Okay. Look at this. So you replace the ND array with those, like, simpler types. You just delete this. You get to delete this as well. Isn't that nice? And then you literally just do and like this. Simpler. We will be getting more, we'll definitely be getting that cluster back in working order. So we'll have all the boxes up properly once I get there and I'm like able to fix stuff. So that'll take a little bit of pressure off. I'll actually be there in person to reboot them whenever is needed, at least for a good few months, which will be nice. A couple months, which will be nice. And yeah, we'll see after that. I want to get more of the machines though as well. Isn't this nice? Look, this is a warning that previously would have broken your thing silently. And now we actually get to see, look, we don't want to break it silently. We get the exact error message, which is the pointer incompatibility. We just change actions from an unsigned int to an int because there's no reason for it to be an unsigned int. So literally just more characters to type. And there is Pong with no warnings. Be nice if we were getting logs. I don't know where our logs are. Oh, there they are. Just takes a long time to finish the games, I guess. Next steps, work on training good policies, carbs, then mess around with stuff or other way around. You want to get, so what you do is you get a policy that kind of trains something reasonable, but you don't obsess over like how good it is. And then you let carbs actually find good parameters for you. Actually, if you're interested in the RL side of things and you want to kind of do a little bit of experiment work, I'd be very happy to let you do to have you do the baselines for a lot of the simpler M's. That would save me some time. Because, you know, I've got core stuff to do on Puffer as well as the harder, like, more complex M's for the release. You could probably get decent baselines for, you know, for Go, Connect 4, Triple Triad, Pong, Breakout, like all these M's. Wouldn't be that hard. I mean, you can literally run tens of billions of steps of train runs per day on one GPU with this, as long as the box is up for you. Yeah, so I will show you exactly what you do with this. So let me explain. So first of all, not all the M's are guaranteed to be perfectly correct. So if nothing is training at all, then there's a possibility something is broken with the data. So what you do for that is like, you go put a breakpoint like right here. And I see solve observations. Okay, step. You can see that they changed. Are they all the same? No, we've got some variability. Okay, good. And you start sort of looking from there. You do the same thing with like rewards actions. Make sure all the buffers are linked up. And then what you would do is you go into config. You set some reasonable settings in order to like try to make sure that you have reasonable convergence. These are very aggressive. Look at like how many mini batches there are going to be for every batch. So I would probably do, we're probably going to just go up to this by default, unless proven otherwise. This thing doesn't need to be changed, probably. We don't need this. This, we can probably just do like that. JE lambda, this is crazy low. And 9.5, I guess. But really, this needs to be higher. 7. 1, yeah. So we just set some reasonable starting points, which I can give you, or you can decide on. I mean, I can tell you how I make all the decisions I just made there. They're not like genius decisions or anything. It's also not really nice how long this thing takes to log. Might want to do something about that. But okay, so here we have episode return is increasing. I think episode return is number of hits or something, and then score is number of points. It's really, really weird that it takes this long to train, because you can train like classic Pong in just a few million steps completely without even having this reward. So this definitely needs to be optimized quite substantially. I think our version is even easier to play as well. But, it's not like it's not training at all. So you can kind of just run some experiments like this. Make sure it's getting some points. Run some basic sweeps. There's also this default config that has a bunch of sweep settings that I think we're probably going to want to change. I think that most likely if you're getting weird parameters out of sweeps, we're going to want to remove like the clipping coefficient and the value clipping coefficient from here. Probably we don't want to sweep these. I'll just tell you them. Hold on. Batch size, mini batch size we might tweak. Here, I'll just go through and tell you really quick, and you can just like watch this VOD again if you want to use this as a reference. So, ignore seed, ignore deterministic, CPU, ignore all this, total time steps, how long you train, learning rate, how big the optimizer makes of steps. Anneal, we actually turn this off by default. This is whether you decrease learning rate over the course of a run. It's fine, but it makes it harder to like train for longer and get better results. Gamma is the discount factor. The rough way to interpret this is it's the horizon of your task. So the way you think about 0.99 is you care about things that are 100 steps in the future, which is quite long. Lambda is related. You have to read the GAE paper for this. Usually it gets set a little bit lower, like 0.99, 0.95, or for short tasks like 0.95, 0.90 are pretty common. Update epochs is the number of times that you train where you take an update on stale data. So how many times you use each sample. Ignore this. Yes, we normalize advantages. Clip coefficient, this is how big your gradients are going to be, how big your steps have to take you away from the old policy before you clamp down on gradients. We're not even clamped down on gradients. Hold on. How the fuck do we actually use this? This is implementation specific. Clip coef. Yeah, so it's a clamping factor for the policy. It tells you how big of an update you're allowed to make to the policy with any given batch of data. Or with any given batch of data. Probably 0.1 or 0.2. These things don't want to be tuned because carbs will, what it'll do is it'll set this really low, which means that you can only make very small updates to the policy, and then it'll like say to use the same data 100 times or whatever. It comes up with this weird hack in order to like make learning very fast, but it's very unstable to do that. So we're probably just going to take this out of the default hyperparam sweeps. Value function coefficient is how quickly you train the portion of the model that tries to predict what reward it's going to get versus the rest of the model. You can leave this on tune. It should probably be somewhere between 0.5 and 2. But you can probably just let this tune itself. Value function clip coefficient, similar to clip coefficient, probably don't tune this. So you can just delete the tune section for this out of the default config. Max gradient norm, how big the gradients are allowed to be before you clip them in order to prevent the policy from blowing up. Entropy is important. Entropy is the stochasticity of the policy. It's a term that rewards stochasticity of policy. So the model is producing a distribution over actions, and this rewards the policy for producing a non-deterministic distribution. So instead of just having all the probability mass on one action, it rewards it for, trying out different actions more often. If you crank this up, then you'll just get a random policy. If you just put this to 0, sometimes it won't explore at all early in training. This one's pretty sensitive. Usually somewhere between 0.001 and 0.02 is good. NumEms and NumWorkers, yeah, batch size is technically a hyperparameter, but I also kind of set this via hardware. Same thing for BPT Horizon. You can let this just auto-tune, it doesn't really matter. The really big one is when you have the total number of environments. If I set 4096 environments as the total, then the number that you want to compute, let's say we have batch size, what is it? Okay, like this is our batch size, and then we're going to do divide by number of environments is 64. So you only actually get 64 steps out of each environment in a batch of 260K, which means you probably want to have, if you're going to use 4096 environments, you probably want a batch size of at least 260K, which is huge, but hey, I mean, that's what you got to do if you want to get the parallelism from the 4096 Ms. So I would generally suggest keeping like at least a 64 ratio between batch size and number of M's like that. Same thing sort of for mini batch size. Like you probably don't want to have more than like 4 or 8 mini batches per batch. So if you're going to have 2 to the 18 batch size, you probably want 2 to the 16 mini batch or something. And that's mostly how I think about hyperparameters. It doesn't have to be this genius thing that, like, it's just some basic intuitions on stuff. You pretty much know enough to do whatever from there. So you can refer to that section if you just grab timestamp on this. What is this? Now we're 13 in. So however long I just rambled for. It's probably best intel I can give you on the whole RL side, actually. There's some things in there that took a while to discover. Assuming Pong and Breakout are in decent shape end-wise, can I not set band of values and let it sweep? Yeah, you absolutely can do that. It tends to be a pretty iterative process, but yeah, you can absolutely do that. I mean, the process is like run sweep, see what happens, like grab hyperparams, look at hyperparams. Do hyperparams look somewhat sane? If not, try to figure out why. If so, cool. Can you reproduce them? Like, does stuff run reasonably? Okay, great. Like, save checkpoint, save, parameters to config file. So you have nice baseline that can run, export weights. Now we have weights that we can deploy to the website. Like, gets all the nice baseline stuff done. Doesn't have to be rocket science. I'm gonna start using ints for actions, I think. Really doesn't save anything to use chars. Do you like a certain fixed number of steps per combination of sweep? What you do, you can... Probably the best thing is to set a band. You just include total time steps as a sweep parameter, right? You set it like between 50 million and like 500 million or whatever. And then you set the search center. There's like a thing you can just edit in demo.py. It's hard coded for now. You can just set it to like 100 million by default or whatever. And then it'll do like 100 million step runs, which should literally take 2 minutes with Puffer each. So very fast. And then if it needs more steps, it'll go longer. And if it doesn't need as many steps, it'll go shorter. Because that's how carbs works. I'm going to push these nice little fixes up as well. But, I mean, you can start on it whenever, pretty much. Whenever your box is up. Welcome, YouTube folks. Looks like stream's warmed up a bit. Puffer fast enough. I guess Puffer's fast enough where it's not really a threat. At least for those ends. Yeah. That's the point. Like, Puffer's so ridiculously fast. You don't really have to think very hard. You can kind of just run all the experiments. And you'll find out by running everything. Let's save thinking for when we actually need to think. We're gonna give Go the Probably shouldn't mess with Go because you got a PR for it. We do Sea Snake. I kind of like the idea of today being Big Refactor Day. This is going to really be a nice improvement to the project, I'd say. And I'm kind of tired, but I think I can get like all this stuff nicely done today. I don't think you did this part yet. It's an unsigned char. He passes. Yeah, so this is not even added here. This is fine. TCG doesn't have a bind. Triple Triad we can fix. Hmm. You know, yours is one-dimensional, right? Yeah. Action space. Discrete. Just what we like. Nice and simple. What's this thing's obsession with getting the dimensions wrong? Signed char. Did somebody take... I forget if somebody took the Pong refactor or the Snake refactor. Somebody take the Pong refactor or the Snake refactor already? It was the Pong refactor. Oh. Yeah, so this guy's gonna try to run a sweep on Pong. Try Breakout. I think Breakout's gonna be a little harder to get to work anyways than Pong. You can do Pong if this guy doesn't get it to work. I mean, also you got triple triad and other stuff, right? Lots of M's. Lots of M's. Welcome, YouTube folks. Alright, so this is actually in a good spot just from that. What haven't we added yet? Guess I can do the MOBA. It's a good potential catch here. Here to report that with no Python optimization and tuning batch size and num workers, we're at 10x speedup. Godly work. Thank you. So for small networks, in the realm of like 150K parameter CNN plus LSTM, a million steps per second training is very possible. With like, depends on your observation size. And with a slightly larger network, like 300-ish K, you can still get like 300,000 plus steps per second train. Any idea why shaders are so slow in Steam? What? I don't know what you're quite on about there. Why shaders are so slow in Steam? I think you're in the wrong stream for that. This is reinforcement learning dev. That's kind of at like asking like a car mechanic, like, hey, my car won't start, what's wrong with it? you know? What are shaders? That I can tell you. Shaders are hardware optimized little programs that take the 3D data from your scene, typically like the vertices of meshes, as well as the points on your screen, and figures out what to render at every point. They're used for lighting, they're used for special effects, they're used for post-processing, used for tons of things. That's a good troll. Have you tried fueling it with sugar? Sugar is like really good for getting me to wake up. So maybe if you give the car some sugar, the car will wake up. Uh, there are always bugs, but we are good at crushing bugs. Hi, welcome. How's it going? Doing some refactor on the Cython bindings for stuff today in order to eliminate some common user bugs. I don't know why I messed this up. This is unsigned char. This is a mem view. This. Very good. So a few small things to fix here still. But overall, and we get to remove this. Get to remove a lot of stuff. We might have to remove some of the warnings here. Let's see. So I did... Which of the core M's have I not done yet on this? I did this one doesn't have binding, this one doesn't have binding. I did the snake M, I did this, I did this, I did this. Okay, I think that's all of them. We just have to actually test and make sure all this stuff works now. And we should be good. I'm tempted to get some coffee or something, man. I've just been like so tired this week. It's Like, I'll be doing well, and then I'll go, like, do some hard run or some, like, heavy lifts or something, and I, like, exhaust myself for several days. Okay. Let me at least go put the kettle on. I'll be back in a second. All right. So I guess we'll just try to fix existing stuff. Okay, so I don't understand this. Array subscript. I don't understand this warning. Observations of PID. Oh, wait, shoot, is this wrong? Hold on. I'm confused as to whether I did this correctly or not. This is kind of gross cast syntax. Array subscript 484. I mean, does this actually ever get filled anywhere? Hold on. I think I can just simplify. This doesn't actually get used directly. So as cool as this syntax is, I think that this is this might have been a mistake. I can't tell if this is a legit warning. .484 is not above 510. It appears to the compiler that you're treating observations as a 1-dim array when you attempt to cast it to a 2-dim array. This creates a pointer. Each row is 510 bytes long. This is problematic because the memory layout of unsigned char. Wait. The memory layout does not match I messed this up. Let me see. I think this is important. Well, no, I cast here, and then we have 510 bytes as expected, right? So, and observations of PID. This gives me 510 bytes. PID element into an array. This is problematic, does not match. Cannot guarantee that the pointer arithmetic is safe. This is triggering the bounds error, is calculating the index, and this interprets as an axis within the single dimension of size 510. Going back to hypers for a second, would you generally set clip vloss to true? Yes. I wouldn't touch the default Boolean parameters. Those should be reasonable. Okay. Yeah, so it understands this. This is correct. An array of 11 elements. Doesn't sort these by time. Cool. So this is the important bit with memory layout here. I don't know if this is correct. I think this is wrong, but we're gonna see. So according to this, I should be able to add an 11 here. Assignment to expression. Unsigned char. Star obs map. This is such bullshit. I don't know, maybe this is better. Maybe it is better to just do stuff flat and not have this stupid cast syntax. And do this basically. I think this works. I hope I don't break it in the process. I really do. We'll see how this goes. Okay, so that actually compiles. Now we've got the snake stuff. I mean, I guess I could do that refactor right now. I guess I could do that refactor right now. Why not, right? Um, we call linear LSTM. Yeah, this is special net. We don't need this one. Isn't there anything that I use the CNN LSTM model on? Guess not. Guess we'll do this one. Do weights. Stop in. So if key is down, shift actions. Do like this. Else. Okay. That's fine. Then we do step, and then we do render. Then you gotta do like this, right? Get puffernet.h as well. Don't need any of this anymore. This has all been ported into puffernet.h. Snake is now much shorter. Actions ought to be regular int, not unsigned. Triple triad. No warnings compiling all ends is going to be beautiful. Unsigned char star actions. Yeah, so there's no reason for this. It can just be an int. Okay, that's a whole bunch of M's compiled. A whole bunch of compiled M's. There's going to be some work to make sure that they're all valid. But we now have a bunch of nicely compiled M's. Let's see, Pong. Pong does work, it just takes a while to get logs. Just slightly annoying. Because we don't do frame skip, I guess. This runs. We can always consider log frequency after. Okay, breakout works. Just go. Let's do triad. Triple triad seems to work. Reward goes up even. Connect 4 is the one that's in progress. Fine. I have to mess with that a little today, potentially. snake. Legit error. Got to redo setup. I don't like this all members error. What didn't I give it? Oh, there's like this ob size. That's no big deal. Segfault. Most impressive. It's gonna be snakes. Observations. Output dim. 4. Observations and then actions. net obs. Or dumped. Yeah, we don't have a policy for it, right? But this. Okay. So you hear the snakes. I can control this one. The rest of them are waiting for their new policy to be added. It's just fine by me. And you do not need to free. You don't need to free this. Perfect. This still break? Still breaks. Don't see anything that should break it here. You get a nice discrete action space. Oh, I didn't even port this shit, did I? I didn't even port this. Yeah, this whole M needs a big cleanup. There's way too much logic in here. It's just so funny how like the library just gets progressively better so darn quickly. Like, yeah, this was the level that it was at like just 3 months ago. It's gotten so much better. Yep. Probably we just haven't even like, I mean, this needs a port, right? Oh, is this the right one? I'm dumb. This one is fine. Yeah, this is fine because we're not actually using this one, right? Okay, so all we have to do is clean up. Yeah, okay, here's the new version. We're good with this. Plus one. It's an int 8 is the D type. Actions is in 32. I think. I don't see the error. That's concerning. I mean, to be fair, there are a number of things that this could be that are, like, completely reasonable. You can't even compile with stupid address sanitizer, though, can you? Ah. This goes at the bottom, doesn't it? Out of bounds. That's it. Silly. Unaligned T-cache chunk. The hell? What is this? Trying to free? Hmm. That's bizarre. Sad thing is, this is not even a C problem. It's frickin' Python being obnoxious. Is it not aligning these buffers somehow? I don't think this should freaking matter. No, that's bizarro. If this fixes it, I'll be shocked, but... Did it just make this? Oh, no, it's okay. No way that fixes it. Really? Wait, I'm so confused. Oh, did I just forget to run setup before? I'm honestly shocked. Well, now I know. Couple more things like this I'll have to check in core before 1.1. That's like giga cursed. It works though, right? Just run this a little bit to make sure. Yeah, just learning. That's nice. That's how it should be. Return is crazy low, too. That fixes the main stuff, though. I guess I gotta check the MOBA. I guess I messed up the indexing. Well, that's lame. How did I mess that up? Actually, how did I mess that up? It's 11. I think this does it. Just a silly screw up. Are we back? Kuda OM to myself. Huh. Yeah, I must have been doing this on the bigger boxes, right? There you go. Trains immediately. Okay, I think that's all of the current environments updated for this new system format. Yeah, that's all the big ones. There are a few that are missing bindings and stuff that'll have to be in this format when they get added. Pretty good overall. I think I should probably test these multiprocessing, right? That alignment bug is like really freaking weird. I'm trying to think how that could even happen. Legitimate alignment bug? Hmm. Okay. Well, let's just try to see if it's even an issue. Okay, so here's Snake. It runs. It's fast, right? Does this fail? Oh yeah, that fails. But it just fails because it's missing. From Sea Snake. Oh, this is just missing a buff. No big deal. See if we get the alignment bug still. Kind of impressive that this is actually a problem. You get cursed. Hmm. I wonder if the alignment is different for char and unsigned char. I'm having a hard time believing this is. That's so bizarre that there'd actually be an alignment bug on this. There's no way to align this. What the hell should even require alignment? Let me go back, because I really don't want to have to deal with shared memory if there's like, alignment if there's a better way. Okay, so require. But without this, it breaks, right? Even with native. Double free or corruption. Did I mess up the indexing somehow? I'm wondering if it's something with the slicing. 11 by 11 by 4. Hang on, how is my observation? Am I stupid? The observation space. No, it's 11 by 11, right? Which is 121. It's not a multiple of 4. Is that actually it? That's absolutely disgusting, if so. How many M's are we using here? If I do this. Son of a gun. That's it. This is so bad. I mean, what do we even do with that? You can't just pad like that. You'd have to reshape. Hmm. You can't even do this because this will mess up the addressing. Jeez. And I honestly don't even know why the NumPy aligning fixes it. There's a different shape that we can use. Nah. I mean, there's not like a good thing that fixes this. And I don't know why I haven't run into this before either. Actually, that's a good question. Why haven't I run into this before if this is a problem? You know what? Here. me try a couple things. Wait, did it just work? Hold on. I swear that this was just, seems like it works now. This is bizarro. Well, if I run into this, I know that there's some bug. So what if I do vec multiprocessing? I get it then? Oh yeah. There's our unaligned access right there. That's non-deterministic. Lovely. Oh. Non-deterministic alignment crashing bug. That's a new one. This one is tough because this is like such a fundamental. Wait, hang on a second. This really doesn't make sense that you're not allowed to pass this around, does it? You can pass the address of any char. Yeah, I'm not doing any of this stuff. You know, I wonder if this is the memory slice, memory view thing. I should be able to see this, though, in native. It only shows up sometimes, and sometimes in sometimes in multi-process. So weird. Well, not what I wanted to be dealing with today, but I'm just gonna assume that this bug shouldn't exist, and I will eventually figure out why this happens, because I should be able to pass char addresses around. Really should. Oh. Oh, it's segfault's part there. That's even weirder. Maybe it's not the alignment at all. Just randomly is gonna segfault. Possibly just have to run this for longer and see. Something like that. It's training policies. Just ignore this for now. 2:30. I just cleaned up all of the M's, really. The ones on the main page, at least. Haven't done Go yet. I'm gonna merge the Go PR in a bit for Spencer. I think this is solid. I'm gonna want to merge all this stuff and probably fix Connect 4 at the same time. It's a pretty solid commit there. All right, I'm gonna go get myself a cup of coffee or something, and then I think we'll try to fix Connect 4 today. That'll have it in a pretty good spot, I'd say, overall. Some stuff to do on the MOBA as well. There are a few other things, but I think that'll get us into a decent spot for the release. I think that's like the biggest source of error solved, except for the potential issue of this ridiculous alignment thing, which really shouldn't exist. So we'll see. Anyways, I'll be right back. Almost forgot to unmute Mike. I mean, I really didn't mess too much up with the Connect 4 amp, right? I was probably just tired last night. Oh yeah, we also have the cool end. We've got the awesome website thing to look at as well. That'll be nice. Okay. I think it was just straight up taking invalid moves, right? Hello, Jason. I'm not really sure what your comment is. Okay, so here's our Connect 4 game, right? It wins. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Bot seems pretty good to me. It didn't move right there, did it? Why didn't it move? Yeah, okay, so there's a bug with this end. Wait, what? Something's screwy with this logic. Wonder where Jake is. I think he should probably tweak this. Yeah, I think he should probably tweak this because I think that this isn't... I don't think I introduced this. Let me just add him in here. Cool. So we're good here. All these M's are good. Do I have a PR on the website? I have a PR on the website. Broke 700 members on the Discord. That's pretty nice. Holy. So let's see, we get the index file is now, it has some CSS stuff on it. Okay. It's a whole bunch of CSS. You get a container. Then I have all my things in here. Wait, why? Oh, I see. So those are placeholder. I see. So I have to fill this in, of course. Well, we can do that now. Uh, Launch a server, right? Holy. Well, this is cool. It's got a little bit of glow on it. And then the thing is the boxes aren't fully lined up, right? Stuff's not fully lined up. Okay. This is almost perfect. A few small things that we got to do with it. Oh, you can literally scroll in the background. That's kind of cool. Panel. Game description panel. I think you just forgot this, right? You just do this and put this. Where was this go? You have to relaunch this thing. Oh wait, no, yeah, it's in line like this. I see. Height is 100%. How do we fix this? First of all, we're gonna do this first. Okay, now it's less rounded. It's got a little bit of round. And this tactical thing. Oh, maybe it was... like that a bit better. Is there a loading thing? I think there is a loading thing, right? Unfortunately, we're going to end up having such fast load times we're not going to need a loading screen, but I've had a really fun idea for one. I want to get, like, inflating puffer with bicycle pump as the loading screen. I think that'd be funny. Let's change this. What? Wait, what? Did this just change completely? This just put itself on top. Oh. What? That's kind of crazy. Huh. And you literally just have to click outside of it as well. Or hit escape. That's pretty snazzy. Okay. So, yeah, there's just some very small, like, format things being screwy, it looks like. Keep your existing header content here. I guess I should just add the rest of the content in here for now. And hopefully Arb will clean up the small format things. Hey, I love being able to just do this stuff and get people to just jump on to stream. This makes stuff so much easier. Welcome. Thank you for the website redesign. Yeah, I see you. Sometimes it'll eat messages on X, but I do see you. So, this is awesome. There are like a few small layout bugs, I think, but I really like the way that you've gone with this. So a few things here. The first thing, yeah, no, this is great. the first thing, and this might not even be an HTML thing, this might be like a weird M scripting thing. Um, I think right now we compile everything so that it gets like packed into individual builds. So we end up repacking a bunch of resources a whole bunch of times. Like we end up repackaging the whole resources folder, I'm pretty sure, every time. I don't know if there's some way to prune or like, share them across M's or something, but I think that like the resources should be small enough that we should be able to basically like insta-load. We should be able to like insta-load everything. Um, so that's probably the most complicated thing I'm gonna ask you for. The rest of it is a lot simpler. It's just stuff like this panel here. I couldn't figure out. Do you know how like to fix here? It's kind of hard to see, but if you here, so let me do this. Like it's it's like doing like this weird rounding and shading thing here, and it's also like it's the wrong size. Um, I mean the biggest thing is it's being the wrong size, and I can't figure out how to like get this box to be like flush with it. I made a couple small edits to like the rounding params and stuff. Um, I think it would be really good if we could figure out. I don't know if there's an easy way to get the size of the environment from the WebAssembly or from whatever this is contained in, so we make this window be the right size. Because like if you zoom in, it kind of works, right? Like it kind of works in that it puts it in this container, but not really. I noticed that you have it really good when you do like this. This is really good because this will be, yeah, you made like this phone layout or whatever. This is really solid. Again, it's like I don't know if the zoom works the way it should, right? Like if you zoom, it like screws up the view. So basically, there's just like a bunch of little scaling stuff, I think, is the main thing. The only other thing I wasn't sure about, was I don't know if, so now that you just have like this click and it's on the same screen, if it makes more sense to just have this fill horizontal, just like however much space you have on screen, it like just shows as much stuff as you can. So like since I have this super wide, it'll probably just like it could put them all across this way, maybe 2 rows. But yeah, there's just basically like some scaling stuff. If you know how to do that, that type of stuff would be awesome. I didn't want to like go mess up all your nice CSS and stuff. So I didn't like go try to hack anything. All I did was mess with a couple small parameters. Um, yeah. I really like the way that this works now, though. This is pretty cool that it's just clean like this. Not super experienced with it, but can try. Well, which part is hard? Like, which is the thing that's hard there? If you can't figure out how to do resource load stuff, that's fine. A resource load thing can be last, because that's going from high perf to even like, we already have very good load times, so it's getting it just like even crazier good load times. I think the initial thing would just be to like fix a bunch of the scaling jank. Because basically, like I did in the initial page, I just figured, okay, I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm gonna just like make something super basic, so like nothing goes weird, right? Because it's just gonna be like on a new page. But yeah, here it's like there's scaling stuff to look at. Front end generally, but can mess with it. Hey, well, you got more than I do. Front end is a weird place. I like what you did though. You know, you didn't mess with the whole build process. It's just an HTML file, and you like, this is plenty. We don't really need any heavy framework bullshit. Like this is like this type of stuff is plenty. We really don't need anything like more sophisticated than this. This is like exactly the type of thing that I wanted. Really cool to see that you can just do this. I didn't actually know that it was easy to just do this in like standard CSS, JavaScript, whatever. I don't know. I don't know any front end though. Yeah, no React is very nice. React is like no pain, please. But yeah, just like if you can like play around with a bit of the scaling stuff, that would be awesome. We got all these M's. I just fixed up one last thing with the compilation today. So we should be pretty soon, we should be able to put like deployed policies on all of them. Like this is a deployed policy and you can like, yeah, this is a deployed policy. We'll have deployed policies for all of them pretty soon. So it will be really cool to be able to like have this thing with that. I don't know if you can get the size of this frame. It's like all this black space. Yeah, I don't know if there's like a way to just like this size right next to here or whatever. But yeah, definitely thanks for the help with this. This is cool. I have an ocean of environments. Try to size it. Yeah, if you can just size it relative to the game, if you can like just generally figure out how to like make this thing scale better, if it can be flush to the window, or like if you can figure out how to make the game not cut off like this. You see, like you try to expand, and like the expand option will like cut the game off. Um, Instead of like making the whole thing bigger. It's kind of weird. Like you can't even scroll in here or anything, so it's like, yeah. I think that what you would want is you'd probably want either, well, it keeps the window pretty constant size, so I guess it would just expand this side. Yeah. No, this is way better than what I had. Do that, I'll be happy to like merge all this in, and then we'll have a nice updated website with this. Thank you very much. And haven't seen David's breakout fixes yet. I think generally all these M's are in a decent spot. We've got 2 projects that haven't been started properly, and then a few that need like some substantial work to finish. But a lot of them are in a pretty good spot already. I gotta add Spencer's Go PR onto this. Deep in thought. Welcome, Bet. I just was checking out Arb's website redesign. Pretty cool. Yeah, I gave him a few. I think he might still be here. I gave him a few small things just with like the scaling so things don't get cut off and stuff. A few small things to fix. But I really like how this is like, I mean, this is plenty, right? This level of like engaged, like this level of design is plenty. Doesn't need React, doesn't need any annoying frameworks that are going to be a pain to maintain. It's still nice and fast. The only portion that's slower, like the games that load a bunch of stuff, I think there's some ways to optimize those as well. But, you know, they're pretty fast. So I think that this is great. I think this is going to be really good. Thanks for the advertising bet. Yes, please do star the puffer. Helps out a ton. Missing. Nope, nothing. Where is the link? There should be a link to it. There is a link to it. There's the Discord button, right? I mean, there's a button. There's like all this stuff. Oh, to Puffer GG? Yeah. That's going to be on the main page. I need to do a lot of work on the main page. Not even like design work, just like I need to do like information work. Like that page needs to be substantially updated. The link to start PufferLib is right there. Well, the GitHub buttons are tiny. I don't know. Well, this is 100% now. Nice demo page. We'll be able to replace the, does this still work? Yeah. We'll be able to, like, replace these things with the single web page, which will be nice. Trying to think what else I should do today to, because we've got all the M's in a decent spot, except, like, I'm trying to now think about the biggest things remaining for 1.1, right? There are a couple big M's that still need me to do a substantial amount of work. There's some smaller M's that need baselines and fixes, which I think for the most part, between you and Spencer and, you know, all the other new contributors, I think that should be mostly good. Figure out how to make a twisting road. If you got code for me to look at, I'll look at it. Um, mm, don't. This is my cross to bear. Okay. Well, I'll link you to a place where you can probably find some similar code. Like there's... Not this stupid thing. Damn it. This environment, you can probably... You know, you can probably get something out of this, logic-wise. Because I think that this thing is like some garbage Python code. So yeah, they have 700 some odd lines for this, which is way more than they need, I'm sure. Cool. Looks like you're getting closer. Yeah, you can look at some of this. This is not good code, but it probably has some of the stuff you're looking for. I mean, you can just... Yeah, it's gonna be like a little basic trig or something. Okay. I think everything else is pretty well set. I think it's really now just about getting the more complex M's running and training something reasonable. I could start trying to do ELO over time, like long train runs on the MOBA. That could be interesting. Actually, let me go look at that MOBA run. What's stopping us from doing Robot Sim? Well, there's nothing stopping us, and I'd like to have contributors doing stuff on this. It's just like not having time to do yet more projects. Nothing's stopping us. We can totally do it. It's just a matter of time investment and the like. There are a lot of things we can do, frankly. Where's this? I have a MOBA. Maybe there's a better physics backend. Yeah, I think we might end up writing one. I'm not gonna lie. We might end up writing one. Oh yeah, let's retrain the MOBA. Oh really? I mean, it depends what the fidelity and such that you need is, right? I don't think it would be too nutty. Oh shit. Oh no, we're good, we're good. This was me. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, this is fine. Okay. I made a pretty darn big improvement to the Scython wrappers today. Everything now compiles with no C warnings. Okay, so that's 500K. Train. Oh. Let this run for a bit. Nothing really to tweet. Let's watch run. Holy. Good train curves. These are good train curves, and it runs nice and fast. I mean, really, practically, I think all I have to do is get a decent carb sweep set up for this thing. Run like a decent carb sweep over a restricted number of parameters. For like, say, 500 mil or whatever steps. And then run that policy for way longer with carbs to tell me ELO over time. And I think I can actually finish at least the 1.0 version of this project. I mean, these M's are not required to be static, right? Episode returns going up for all of them. That actually looks nice and stable. I need to like accumulate them or something, but let's see how long this stays the case. You can see some of them are starting to level here. Would be interesting to see why that happens. Maybe fine. We'll see. I kind of want to change some of the sweep defaults, frankly. I think that's a good idea. Because we're sweeping too much stuff and it's causing problems. We'll see if it does weird things with this. This is still a crazy potential ratio. What if we do like this? Mini batch goes from... There's still a crazy potential ratio. But we'll see with this. I'd hope this will be more stable at the very least. Get rid of this one. This one just makes them run down mid. To 200 bill. And this is kind of insane, right? This is kind of deranged. We can do 2 bill is fine. Batch size. 512. 1. I still think that there's going to be potential for this to abuse its settings. I mean, the only solution to this is unfortunately to just like cut out these parameters, right? It's actually kind of fine. Like, you don't always want to sweep your batch size, right? Like, what if we just say, screw it, we're not doing this? We just be like, We're going to sweep their default stuff as well as time steps and some rewards and whatever. Kind of just fine, right? Huh. I think that's way better. I think that is way better. Well, we can try it and see, but it takes a little while. That's a big step per second drop. That's weird. Yeah, and should take 0%. And if it doesn't take 0%, like, we can make it take 0% anyways. Fair point. 18% at the moment with 2 processes. But there was a big dip as well. I don't know what happened. Yeah, so somehow there was like this big jump right here. See this policy losses. No, I'm not doing anything that weird. Now these I think could be from games being synced up. I guess the episode returns are pretty indicative, right? These are still trending up. I think some of like the individual characters are just like can't figure out what to do. There's some funny reward curves though. Carrie figured it out. One of them did. No, it's the other way around actually, is that it doesn't pre-compute. It doesn't pre-compute any pathing, and it just caches. It caches paths now. But the thing is, it's shared. Like, that array should be shared. But that array should be shared, so it really shouldn't be able to take up any time. I mean, I could double check if I'm being really stupid here, but I doubt it. I'll show you what I'm doing. I don't think that's gonna help, but here, so okay, to be fair, I actually no, this is an address. You see it's passing the address here? You see? So that buffer is getting shared across all the M's, so it's 3 seconds at most to the total compute time for pathing. We know it's just the environment started taking longer, so I mean that could be many things though. It's weird that it happened all of a sudden. Maybe some of them froze or something, I don't know. $300 mil. This is pretty solid. Whether this is truly stable, we'll see. Some of these are still reasonable, though. These are also just really cool training curves. Feels like we've hit the point of the project where stuff starts to make sense a bit. I'll eval. I will eval. Finishing MOBA is going to be good. I mean, I'm in this this spot where I've got like too many big things that need to be finished. I think just finishing one of them will be very helpful. I do wish we had better, like if we had like the graphics and animations and stuff for this, it would be nice, but I mean, I'll just finish, like, I'll fix, like, a couple of the bugs, like this, like, off by one bug or whatever with the terrain. And I'll, like, load in, like, the animations for, like, the icons and whatever. It plays pretty well, though. I got the whole team here. More useful with assisting. Well, I mean, it takes a while, right? The mechanics aren't sophisticated enough that it makes sense to, like, move like you would in League or Dota. Right, you've got this dash strike, but there's not... I mean, some of the dynamics work, just some of the... Like, the autos don't really do much. Because there's no, like, there's no spacing or anything like that yet. Mana regen's really slow. This is definitely going to be a very good EMV, though. If I can fully finish it. Like, we have several now, I think, that are going to be on the more complex side. We need to get devs on TCG, and we need to get devs on Robocode. Those two will also be nice, and I think those two will be slightly easier in some sense. I think those two will be slightly easier. How our train curve's going. Okay. Gonna go run, then yard work. See you around. And yep, thank you, do star puffer. The fact that this thing continues to train over this amount of time is encouraging, I will say. Like, that there's seems to be stuff happening. The fact that, like, some of it doesn't seem to be symmetric, though. Like, this character learns. Like, this type of thing is not encouraging. It's also at zero sum is the annoying thing. I wonder how hard it would be to actually, like, script a decent opponent team. That'd be probably pretty substantial of an undertaking, right? I mean, I could just give them, like, the minion AI, right? That would make it a lot easier. Because then I would have a version where it's not just pure self-play. I think that would probably be good. That would be good to do. Yeah, that's a good idea. What time is it? 4? Honestly, I kind of just want to end early today, go do some stuff, let this run, and then maybe come back in the evening and work on this MOBA a bit. I think that's probably going to be the best thing to do. I figured out a few good things here today, though, and we got that good commit in. So, pensive day, but good progress on a few important things. The alignment bug is a little jank. We'll figure that out, though. Alright, I'll probably be back streaming again later in the evening. I do want to get more stuff done on MOBA today. I'm going to let this run for a bit, though. So,